乔山震虎，
神渡城，
当心下，
雷腾刃，神渡城，
往上上，入为心，
让我死！
我要打10个！
何在？了夺生。
往哪儿瞅呢？
保佑。
酒不错。
别喝多了，往上栽下去。
你才喝多了呢，这么多小胡子。
鱼灯好看吗？我扎的。
这几日该还。
最漂亮的。
哦，你瞧那边。
那边是碗吧？飞抢过去！
我又吃这么多，
真羡慕这些猫。
这可不行，
他们好像知道
下去
都快抱不动了。
我也想过这样睡了睡。
再飞去上海找他，两个人就像胶水一样粘在一起，整天吃喝玩乐。曹一文明知道王先生有老婆有小孩，还是照样跟他搞在一起，甚至还带他回家见父母，去参加他侄子的生日派对，双方的父母还见面了。最离谱的是啊，曹一文还假装怀孕，跟王先生的妈妈说自己怀的是双胞胎，导致王先生在他们原本就有孩子的情况下，还毅然决然的跟妻雨婷离婚，要去跟曹一文结婚。离婚之后，曹一文还吹枕边风，让王先生最多只能给妻雨婷50万的离婚补偿费。幸好王先生还有点良心，最后还是给了200万。不过呢，就让妻雨婷受不了的是，孩子原本是判给王先生抚养的，结果曹一文跳出来反对，硬是不让王先生把孩子留在身边。曹一文不只要求王先生别跟孩子见面，还规定每个月的抚养费不能超过1万，孩子也不准留在北京，不能办北京户口。最后甚至把孩子送回戚雨婷老家内蒙去了。就这样，戚雨婷成了单亲妈妈，为了养家，她只能把孩子交给自己的母亲照顾。但孩子才2岁，正是最需要父母陪伴和关心的年纪。结果因为曹一文一连串的骚操作，孩子从头到尾都没得到爸妈的照顾，后来还被诊断出自闭症。他还晒出孩子的诊断书，证明自己说的都是真的。爆料一出来，曹一文马上跳出来回应，他说自己才是被当成小三的那个人，一开始根本不知道对方已经结婚，是王先生结婚后还联合他爸妈一起设局骗他。后来他发现王先生已婚，就有去质问他，结果男的还说他妈从来没把原配当回事，心里人的儿媳妇一直是像曹一文这样的。但是我们的曹大小姐很清醒，她直接拉黑王先生，还说到底是什么样的男人被拉黑了还能上网发这种东西抹黑我，回过头还在这假装知情人邀我是小三。听到这里，你们应该都很好奇王先生到底长什么样的吧？网友们也很想知道，所以很快就扒出一个叫叶博轩的微博号，发现他在5月份时还在这个号上发过和曹小姐的合照秀恩爱，在此之间也经常艾特曹一文，整得像他的原配是曹一文一样。那么在
挑选阵虎。
如果你出生在北韩，你会为了自由愿意踩地雷，在海上漂浮，扛着朋友在黑夜中逃亡吗？因为如果你选择留下来，那只能眼睁睁看着自己的人生被困死在铁丝网里。这就是北韩，一个你连离开都要拿命换的地方。但是逃离北韩真的那么难吗？这集我们就来讲讲北韩人究竟要多拼命才有可能逃得出去。你好，我嘉佑。今天我们为你带来了北韩是如何彻底封死逃脱之路的。如果你是金正恩，你会在北韩设立什么样的规则呢？在下方留言让大家知道吧。2009年从北韩逃出来的人有2914位，但到了2022年只剩下区区67人。而现在北韩已经做到几乎完全无法逃离，除非你敢挑战最后一个极限方法。来看这张图表，你会发现以前每年都有好几千名北韩人逃到南韩，但2011年一切都变了。当时金正日过世，他儿子金正恩正式上台。金正恩上任后，立刻把阻止脱北当成头号任务，还用了以前从没出现过的极端手段。北韩边境现在布满讯号干扰器，把所有国外手机讯号跟卫星讯号通通挡下来，这样不但逃不出去中国，也不能偷偷走私东西进来。同时，他们还设了电话监控站，为的就是阻止那些中国的偷渡中介帮忙接应脱北者。哨塔也变多了，这些哨塔里配有机关枪的士兵，收到的命令只有一条：看到有人逃，直接开枪。还不止这样，边境还加装了监视器、感应器、混凝土墙，甚至是监视围篱。就连网上想趁黑逃跑也不行，因为他们安装了红外线感应探照灯。现在整条边境还出现了电网，甚至是地雷。没错，这可是违反国际法的东西啊！还有更扯的，有些地方会出现假脱北者，而他们其实是北韩派出来的卧底，他们假装要逃，然后引诱真脱北者进入他们所谓的安全屋，结果就直接被抓回去北韩。北韩也跟其他国家达成协议，像2014年跟俄罗斯签了一份协定，意思就是只要有北韩人逃到俄罗斯被抓，俄罗斯会直接把人遣返。在中国也有类似的协议，但问题是这些极端的手段已经害死了不少人，光是2023年就有6个人踩到地雷身亡，还有些人是在过程中被射杀，或是死在北韩与中国交界的深山里。有一位北韩男子名字叫 Zu， 就曾经成功逃到中国，但没过多久就被中国警察逮捕了。为了不被遣返回北韩，他甚至越狱逃出中国的监狱，结果还是又被抓了回来。后来他被遣返回北韩，据说最后是被处决，而他的整个家族也被送去劳改营。因为北韩有个制度叫做连坐制，如果你跑了，家人也会跟着倒霉，婴儿、老人通通都被丢去劳改营。这就导致很多人即使自己愿意冒险，也不敢让家人一起赌命。现在连边境守卫本身也有监视者啊，以前大家都靠贿赂守卫才能逃出去，毕竟北韩穷，守卫收点钱也算是外快。但现在呢，上头派了其他单位的人专门盯守卫，甚至还鼓励彼此举报，结果就变成每个守卫都互相不信任，根本没人再敢收钱放人。另外，北韩还禁止了所有靠近边境的夜间列车和车辆通行，而且现在连无人机都上线了，从空中巡逻边境。但是呢，就算困难重重，还是有人想逃。光是一场脱北，就可能要花几个月甚至几年的规划。有人会 假装在边境附近采药材，但其实呢是在偷记地雷的位置。你以为这样已经够惨了吗？2020年更是雪上加霜，中国爆发新冠，北韩当局整个紧张到不行，因为北韩几乎没有医疗技术，而且有42%的人营养不良，免疫力超低，一中就会出事。所以北韩政府就顺势操作这场危机，把整个国家锁得更死。他们开始盖超过好几百公里长的围墙，是用混凝土加铁丝网做的那种。这些新筑起来的防线，直接把以前脱北者用了几十年的逃跑路线全封死。等于北边这一块呢，现在根本不可能过得去了。从2020年开始，北韩人连在国内移动都被限制。北韩被分成9个省，老百姓没有官方批文，就不能乱跑去别的省。如果你没证件还硬闯其他省，那对不起了，不止你要进监狱，你全家都一起进。这就对住在南部省份的人来说，想逃去北边就更难了。但你可能会问，那为什么不直接往南逃呢？去南韩不是比较近吗？合理啊，但问题是往南更难，因为南北韩之间隔着所谓的非军事区，也就是 DMZ。但你别被这名字骗了，它其实是全世界军事最重兵把守的地方之一。南韩一边，北韩一边，双方都派军队守着这条线。这条 DMZ 全长250公里，宽4公里。这几十年来，有不少士兵和平民死在这里，大多是北韩人想逃，结果却没成功。边界上有一堆哨塔、铁丝网、地雷，甚至还有狙击手，但也不是完全没希望的。南北韩以前本来是一个国家，直到1945年韩战后才分裂，所以南韩到现在都把北韩人当作自己人，意思就是只要你成功越过边境，南韩政府不只会收留你，还会给你保护和帮助。这就让南韩对北韩人来说超有吸引力。但问题就是 DMZ 根本就很难穿越。北韩现在在 DMZ 周围驻扎了75万军人，而且所有人都接到命令，看到有人越界就直接开枪，再加上地上还埋了超过200万颗的地雷，你说这还怎么过？所以虽然风险很高，但大部分的脱北者还是选择走中国或俄罗斯这条路，因为相比之下，这还是唯一比较有机会成功的方向。但是呢，就算真的成功逃到中国或俄罗斯，故事还没结束，因为中国和俄罗斯其实是北韩的盟友，所以脱北者还是得设法继续逃去第三国，而且要找那种不会把他们遣返北韩的国家。这些所谓的安全国家包括蒙古、泰国、越南、柬埔寨，这些国家拒绝把北韩人送回北韩，反而会把人送去南韩。这其实才是脱北者真正想去的地方。但是想从中国或俄罗斯一路逃到这些国家，难，真的很难，因为这中间几乎得横跨整个中国，而中国现在是全球监控最夸张的国家，全中国大约有7亿台的监视摄影机，很多都配有人脸的辨识系统，所以对北韩脱北者来说，在中国要低调潜行几乎是不可能不被抓的。而且中国自己也加强了跟北韩接壤边界的监控，加装了更多监视器、感应器，还有巡逻人员，这也让原本会帮忙脱北的中国偷渡中介现在也越来越难下手。早在2007年，那些偷渡中介收的费用大概是2000美金，但现在呢，这个价格已经暴增到2万美元，而一个北韩人1年的平均收入也在2000美金左右，等于要存个好几年甚至几10年才凑得出来。所以现在大部分人根本请不起中国的偷渡客，除非他们在国外已经有家人成功逃出来，那家人才能帮忙筹钱从国外付给中介。但你也懂，多数北韩人根本没亲人已经逃出来，只好靠自己孤身上路，一路硬闯。所以现在北边有电网地雷，南边又被 DMZ 封死。你可能会想啊，这还怎么逃？但是北韩人真的穷到绝望，硬是给他们找到一条路，从海上逃。这种逃法超硬核，是直接从海上开船跑到南韩，不像其他人那样绕入中国或俄罗斯。但问题又来了，北韩海岸出发，你会碰上北韩海军、海岸地雷，还有恶劣海象。朝鲜半岛周围的海域超危险的啊，连很多老船夫都会被帆船卷走，每年都有人没命。那你说一个没经验的脱北者会怎样？这些人用的通常是超破的木头小船，还经常专挑风暴天气出海。你可能会想，这不是找死吗？但其实就是因为风大天气烂，北韩海军才不会巡逻，这样反而比较有机会逃成功。但是呢，现实很残酷，很多人都还是死在海上。他们既不是专业水手，也没有合格的船，而且一旦船翻了，人失踪了，通常是尸体都找不到，家人也永远不知道他们到底有没有成功逃到南韩。但你知道吗？有些人连船都不坐。曾经就有个北韩男人是游泳逃到南韩的，他是北韩渔夫，平常就在船上工作。他偷偷穿了一件潜水衣藏在外套底下，还把蛙鞋藏在船上，然后就直接下海，在危险海域游了6个小时。到了南韩岸边，他先藏进排水沟， 在一路跑了4公里，终于给他碰到南韩边防军，被救了下来。当然，这是个超级罕见的个案，他刚好是渔夫，也受过游泳训练，条件是特殊的。你可能会想，普通北韩人根本没机会逃出来了吧？但是呢，还真的有人找到了最后的逃跑方式。这个人叫chu Uni，他曾是北韩高层的间谍，住在南黄海省。以北韩的标准来说，他的生活还算不错，但他心里一直都想要自由，想去南韩生活。某天，丽就是chu Uni在黄海附近行事，这也是他的工作内容之一。结果他一边工作一边偷偷观察那边的电网、瞭望塔和地雷的分布，全都给他记在脑子里，一个细节都没放过。回到镇上后，丽试着说服他的一位朋友一起逃。起初，他的朋友以为他疯了，因为那个朋友就是个普通百姓。但听完丽的整个逃跑计划后，虽然一脸怀疑，但还是点头答应了。他们2人没跟任何人讲，连自己的家人都不知道这件事。到了那天晚上，丽先跑去附近的小商店买了一个脚踏车轮胎和打气筒，还准备了些食物塞进背包。他就跟朋友一直等到晚上8点，天完全黑了才开车出发。车子一路开到路的尽头，然后就直接弃车跑路。首先，他们得穿越一大片的杂草丛，重点是那里埋满了地雷。但幸好丽的记性不错，靠着脑中的地图顺利避开了地雷的路线。接着，他们来到电网前，丽伸手去试了一下，结果没电。运气真不错，因为北韩常常没钱开电网，供电也不太稳，电太贵，他们根本开不起前天的电力。他们穿过地雷跟电网后，又继续等一片的云飘过来遮住月光，现场黑到不行，才敢慢慢的靠近海岸。根据计划，丽是要用打气筒把脚踏车轮胎打饱气，然后当成救生圈飘过去。结果他们的运气用完了，打气筒竟然坏了，完全打不进去。当下也没时间想太多，他们只好立刻改方案，直接下水游。虽然知道自己可能会没命，但他们也只能硬着头皮下海，全程得游4公里。游了2个小时后，他们体力开始撑不住，只好把衣服跟粮食全都扔掉，让自己变轻一点。但到了第4个小时，丽的朋友突然脚抽筋动不了，结果丽一边游一边还得用另一只手拉着朋友前进。就在这个时候，他们突然看到不远处有艘船，他们的第一反应是完了，北韩海军，吓得不行，立刻就四处找逃生路线。结果看到一座小岛，他们用尽全力往那边游过去。上岛后，他们躲了起来，等那艘船离开。幸好岛上有些木头跟保丽龙被海浪冲上来，他们当晚就动手做了一艘简陋的木筏，等天一亮就用木筏继续出发。结果快到南韩的海域时，他们又看到了一艘船，心里瞬间凉了一半。当那艘船向他们靠近时，他们才发现是南韩海军。南韩士兵告诉他们，其实早就追踪他们好几个小时了。丽和他的朋友被接上船送到南韩，当然先接受盘问，以确保他们不是间谍。现在chu Uni跟他的朋友在南韩过着安稳的生活，他们能够成功逃出来，就是靠这最后的逃跑方法。但可惜的是，北韩还有2600万人没办法离开，只要逃就得赌上自由，甚至性命。我们可以说，现在的北韩已经几乎逃不出来了。但像chu Uni这样的人证明不是不可能，只需要天时地利人和，还要胆子够大。想到这些事居然是在我们活着的年代发生的，真的很难过啊。所以请花一点点时间替还被困在北韩的人想一下吧。那么这时候你可能就好奇了，虽然都知道北韩人民是蛮贫穷的啦，但每个国家都有自己比较贫穷的人民啊，反正都活得好好的，干嘛要逃离北韩呢？这很多人就不知道了，在北韩人民的生活其实真的蛮凄惨的。再加上最高领导人金正恩偏偏喜欢设置许多令人苦不堪言的变态规则，这就导致有许多北韩人就算赌上性命也要逃出去。现在我们就来看9个北韩人民被强迫遵守的变态规则，看看那里的老百姓究竟过着怎样令人发指的日子。打瞌睡，你死定了。你应该都有过在课堂上或开会时打瞌睡的经验吧？被抓到顶多就是被老师骂一顿或被老板扣薪水，但如果你身在北韩打瞌睡，可是要掉脑袋的死罪啊！据说在2015年，北韩国防部部长玄永哲在军事集会上打瞌睡，被北韩最高领导人金正恩捉个正着，金正恩当场就将他罢免，并且当众处以死刑，为的就是要警告全国人民，在北韩懒惰和不服从是绝对不被容忍的。这也太那个了吧？你以为这就完了吗？不，2016年，北韩教育部部长金永进在一次的党内集会上，就因为坐姿不够端正而被金正恩盯上，在被抓去拷问、深入交流后，他被认定是反党反革命的煽动者，结果也被判了个死刑，在几百个人面前被枪毙了。没错，就因为一个坐姿不够端正，所以你现在还在驼背吗？还好我们不是北韩人啊，不然都不知道死多少次了。笑不许笑。 在北韩政府执行的所有疯狂法律中，接下来这条可能是最离谱的。金正恩和他的政府强迫他们的人民在每年的7月8日不能露出笑容，哈哈哈哈，真是把我们看笑了。事实上，这个日期对北韩来说意义重大，因为它是国家创始人、前任主席金日成在1994年断气的日子。每年这天，人民都不准笑、大声说话、跳舞或喝酒，任何庆祝或有趣的活动通通不准。所以，如果那天正好是你的生日，那你是真的倒霉。如果你硬是要在这一天庆祝，那你可能会被送进劳改营，或者是说你的生日可能会变成你的忌日，好惨。除此之外，北韩政府还曾经禁止人民不准笑长达11天，以示哀悼，就只为了纪念金正恩他爸爸金正日的10周年忌日。这绝对是有史以来最诡异的家族传统了。你的工作我来安排。你小时候的志愿是什么？当太空人、警察、网红。但不幸的是，北韩的小孩没得选，因为他们每个人的工作都是由政府决定的。为什么呢？很简单，为了在集体主义的制度下能够严格的控制资源。为此，政府会调查每个行业和地区需要多少的人力，然后按需分配人员。孩子们高中毕业后，政府会为每一位毕业生分配他们认为合适或必要的工作，除非你家有矿可以贿赂，否则孩子或父母的意愿根本就不会被考虑。一旦被分配了工作，这个工作基本上就不会变了。举例来说，在金正日统治时期，他曾经督导过一个叫做大信郡的地区。那个地区呢，马铃薯供应充足，但居住的人口却很少，因此几千名的毕业生被调配到这里当一辈子的马铃薯农民。去到那里之后，他们得亲手盖房子，而且即使知道自己的孩子很可能会因为这个制度在长大后成为马铃薯农民，但他们却无能为力。毕竟在北韩，你的人生不是自己的，而是国家说了算。幸运的孩子，我要了。在许多的文化中，某些事物可能会被视为带来好运，比如一个数字、一个符号，甚至崇拜某个特定的神。那么在北韩呢，生3胞胎简直就是中头彩，因为他们认为这象征着幸运和繁荣。因为这个国家的出生率不高，这也是为什么当3胞胎出生时，北韩会把他们带走的原因。政权会让母亲飞到平壤接受最好的生产护理，并用礼物来换取他的孩子，比如给女孩送金戒指，给男孩送银刀，简直就是3胞胎 buff 的 VIP待遇啊！但是这些孩子们会在平壤的国营孤儿院或幼儿园长大，直到4岁时才会被送回到父母的身边。就算长大后当个3胞胎，也是人生胜利组，会更容易获得金钱、成功或更好的生活品质。此外，他们也更有机会被录取进军队或上大学。株连九族。如果你有兄弟姐妹，那你可能帮他背过黑锅。但在北韩，仅仅因为与罪犯有经济关系，你就可能会被关进监狱。没错，这就是所谓的3代刑或株连九族。这意味着犯罪不仅会让你受到惩罚，还可能连累你的家庭3代，包括你的孙辈或是你的父母或祖父母。有了这样的规定，政府就能有效地阻止绝大多数人的反叛。另外，在监狱中出生的孩子也会被当作囚犯来抚养，因为他们的血统被认为是有罪的。这是什么神逻辑啊？这条法律是在2战结束后，为了消除朝鲜叛乱分子的血统而开始实施的。但问题是，2战都已经结束将近100年了，这条法律还有存在的必要吗？真的搞不懂北韩在想什么。骑自行车不行。在北韩的首都平壤，人们是禁止在街上骑自行车的。正常来说，一个社会的交通方式会随着时间自然演变，比如从步行慢慢发展到开车。然而，北韩却想走捷径，直接禁止自行车，硬是要人民都开车代步。这个政权原本是有机会成功的，但在1991年，北韩的经济大崩溃，大部分北韩人连温饱都成问题，更别说是买车了。所以在这样情况下，这个政策不失败才怪。因此，在1992年，平壤解除了自行车的禁令，但即使到了现在，北韩大多数的人依然买不起车，只能在空荡荡的道路上骑自行车代步。在此之后，你可能以为北韩的交通问题会得到改善，但不好意思，从1995年开始，北韩政府又下令禁止女性拥有和骑自行车。难道是玩针对吗？没错，他们就是玩针对，因为官方给出的理由是：第一，漂亮女人骑车的样子太性感，会损害公共道德；第二，他们认为女人天生不适合应对复杂的交通情况，会危及他人的安全。这是心脏的人看什么都脏啊！反正这项禁令在2012年曾短暂的被解除过，但在2013年初又嚓的恢复了。然而，因为北韩的主要城市缺乏机动性的公共交通，所以这条禁令执行起来比较有弹性。不过，我们还是忍不住说一句：不许穿牛仔裤。 你喜欢穿牛仔裤吗？我们非常喜欢，但你知道吗？在北韩，牛仔裤可是完全被禁止的，真是一个比一个离谱啊！从2020年的中开始，金正恩就宣布要打击西方影响，包括所有款式的牛仔裤。但这是为什么呢？背后的原因要追溯到1945年朝鲜半岛分裂的时候，当时韩国在资本主义美国的支持下，以共产主义苏联支持的北韩进行战斗，以争夺对半岛的控制权。从那时候起，北韩人民就被灌输了美国及整个西方世界的影响和价值观都是敌人的思想，这其中就包括了牛仔裤。但问题不仅限于牛仔裤啊，在北韩，除非是穿着工作的制服，否则女性基本上是不被允许穿裤子的。这又是另一个破规定，这条法律至今仍然有效。然而，由于北韩有2600万的人口，所以执行起来还是有点难度的。不过，如果有女性被发现穿裤子，爱国青年团的成员就能审问她，并逼她写悔过书认罪。他们甚至有权使用政府控制的扩音器，把女性的名字、家庭住址和工作地点公诸于众，就是要当众侮辱她。头发得按我说的来。我们都喜欢用发型来展现自己的个性，比如有些人甚至会给自己染一头很酷的绿头。但在北韩，极端的发型可是大忌。如果你这样做，你可能会被那群所谓的爱国青年团抓去剪掉或修理。2013年，北韩政府还发布了一份有这28种批准发型的指南，男性有10种，女性则有18种。那么虽然现在有更多的款式可供选择了，但男性头发的长度仍然不能超过5公分，除非你已经60岁了，那么你就能留长到7.5公分。来遮掉你的秃头，太慷慨了。所以年轻男性每隔15天就得去剪头发，以防头发太长而掉脑袋。至于女性呢，如果已经结婚了，那就可以留短发。如果是年轻单身的女性，就能留类似80年代西方流行的长发或卷发。我是唯一。地球上有81亿人，肯定有人的名字跟你一模一样，对吧？但金正恩却说他的名字必须是独一无二的，所以现在所有的北韩人都不准用正恩这2个字作为名字。没错，2011年当他成为最高领导人时，所有名叫正恩的人都被逼改名，而且最近他还把这个规定用在他女儿金珠妍身上，所以看来他很有可能是下一任的接班人。虽然我们不知道到底有多少个人被迫改名，但在北韩，正恩本来就是个非常常见的名字。所以基本上他把自己变成了唯一一个能叫金正恩的人来统治全国。如果你是金正恩，你会在北韩设立什么样的规则呢？在下方留言让大家知道吧。希望你会喜欢这一集的影片，别忘了在影片下方按个喜欢，也可以订阅这个频道和接收通知哦。如果你喜欢这一集的影片，也请分享出去吧。感谢你的收看，这里还有一些影片我们认为你会喜欢，我们一起到下一个影片脑洞大开吧，拜拜。
Do you think men can give birth?
I think that
Yes or no question.
I think that a person who is assigned male at birth, I don't think they
Assigned male at birth, so people are not male at birth?
I think that a person.
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
So what do you say in some cases women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not, they're not murderers. We
So
do
what's
not
the
know.
difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
That was actually the best point somebody made.
It's not about the cells.
No,
it's not about. No, I'm
I know.
speaking. No, I'm speaking. No, I'm
We're both
speaking. No, I'm
functional.
speaking. No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Wanna say it one more time?
No, I'm speaking.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids. My first prompt is, abortion is murder and should be illegal. Okay, hello, what's your name?
Juliana.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Can we
you.
get our terms right first?
Yeah.
Okay, abortion is the forcible ending of the viability of a being in utero, otherwise known as a fetus. We agree that's what abortion is?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, great. And then murder is the intentional taking of life, different than killing or sudden death. So murder would be the intent, with intent, taking another life. Do we agree with that?
Okay,
Okay, and then we agree that murder in general in society should be illegal.
yeah.
Okay, great.
So yeah, no, I do want to preface that I'm a Catholic. So I think one really important thing that the Bible says is to not judge. And just going back to the topic, I think there's a big difference between, cells in utero than a living, breathing, existing being. And while I do believe it's murder, and that's just my personal belief, right? I don't believe in telling people what to do with their bodies. That's not up to me, and it's not up to us as well as Christians
But-
to judge.
Should we prevent murder in society?
For sure, yeah.
It should be illegal.
But I think that it's really different, right? Because, these people aren't.
Sorry, nice to meet you. Okay, what's your name?
Naima.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, can I just ask, at how many weeks do you think that a fetus is viable?
Well, viability and moral worth are two different things.
No, but I'm asking you, at how many weeks do
Well,
you think
at
a
about
fetus
20
is viable?
weeks, a baby can survive outside of utero.
So it's actually 24 to 26
Well, it's
weeks?
20. The youngest ever in a NICU unit actually happened in San Diego, not far from here, and survived at 20 weeks.
Okay, so under Roe v. Wade, 93% of abortions happened in the first 13 weeks of pregnancy. That's 93% of the abortions happened well before a fetus is technically viable
For
as
sure.
a form
so
of life.
let's go into viability. So what is it about, let's say, a 6-week baby that has a heartbeat, its own DNA, fingerprint, brain waves, that is less moral worth than an 88-year-old right now with dementia in a home down the street? That person requires assistance, requires help. Why is it that the 6-week baby is of less moral worth?
Well, first of all, it's not a baby, it's a fetus.
Well, what does fetus mean?
A fetus is in utero.
What does fetus mean in Latin?
What the f? I'm sorry. Is this
It means little human being.
His smile is very creepy. Okay.
Smiling is creepy.
No, your smile specifically.
Got it.
But let's go back to. We're losing track here.
No, but is it what species is the fetus?
The fetus is not a species yet. It's technically classified as a parasite until it is viable.
So,
now I want to talk to you about something very quickly.
I can't let you get past that. Are you saying a baby is a disease or a tumor?
A parasite is not a disease and a tumor. Those are not the same thing. A parasite is defined as something that cannot survive outside of its host. A baby, before it is viable, cannot survive outside of a woman's womb.
Got it. So let's extrapolate that.
It is not a living organism.
Are old people with Alzheimer's and dementia that are being assisted every day, are they parasites?
No, they're not parasites. They're human beings who are on the brink of death.
Got it. So they're
not going to be able to survive.
4-month-old that requires mom's breast milk and requires daily changes and feedings cannot survive without its own. Is my 4-month-old a parasite?
Your baby can breathe on its own. Your baby can drink water from its mouth to its stomach.
But it cannot.
Your baby can
it
eat
hunt?
food.
Can it gather? Can it reason?
But that's not what qualifies something as being a living organism. Being a living organism simply means, can you survive outside of a womb, outside of your host?
Got it. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Why does that then equate to moral viability?
It equates to scientific viability.
Why? Under what standard?
Because it is not alive, and you are advocating for the rights of something that is not technically a life.
Got it. What is
while sacrificing the needs of the human woman who is alive.
Got it. So, but a mom can survive.
Yes.
Without the baby in her. Right?
Yes.
The baby cannot survive without the mom.
Yes.
But a mom cannot survive without her lungs. So it's not her body, it's in her body. It's not her DNA, so it's not her choice. So it's
It actually is directly her DNA. It is 100%. It's 50% of her DNA.
Half her DNA. He's gonna win, I'm telling you. This could take a while.
Okay, first of all,
do we have our terms correct? Do you agree?
Actually, no. So first of all, I would like to refine our terms. I have 2 points to bring up after that, though. So you define murder as like intentionally like killing a human being. I think that's a very poor way to define murder, because if someone were to like break into my home and point a gun at the heads of me and everybody I love, and I intentionally kill them to prevent them from unaliving from killing my family, I don't think I murdered them, right? So I would define murder as the unjustified termination of a human life.
You're making a good point. Let me further clarify that. So self-defense is very warranted.
Exactly, right?
But I can see where you're going to go with how that has to go with abortion, but we can go down that journey in a second.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I kind of do want to give you my argument insofar as why I'm pro-choice, why I think it's justified. But first, I think that, you know, your position is quite absurd, right? Because you're saying that it is murder to kill a human being, right, at any point in development, especially when it's in the mother's womb. My question to you would be, well, does this make women with IUDs murderers? Because it is the case that in some scenarios, an IUD will allow for conception to occur, meaning there's a unique human life there, but it will prevent its implantation, intentionally killing it.
Well, no, preventing implantation is not necessarily the same thing as terminating a fertilized egg. For example, you take Plan B. Again, it's not the same thing. Preventing the production of progesterone is not the same thing as terminating a being that has been fertilized. You do not know for a fact that the egg has been fertilized. You do not know that when you have an IUD.
Okay, yeah, so preventing fertilization or implantation to the uterine lining is killing a conceived zygote. So what happens? A sperm goes into the egg, right? The egg becomes fertilized. It's a conceived zygote. In some cases, it will prevent the implantation of the conceived zygote, killing the conceived zygote.
In some cases, correct.
So what do you say in some cases, women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not, they're not murderers. We do not know for a case. That's like saying that.
So what's the difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
Well, so you're asking two separate things. If they knew for certain, to be more clear, that I have a fertilized egg and I'm going to take a drug to prevent that fertilized egg from attaching to their uterine wall, then yes, that is an act of killing or murder, of course.
Okay, so do you think all murderers should go to jail?
Do I think all murderers should go to jail? I mean, on third degree murder. However, no, I don't think women that got abortions or had IUDs should go to jail, because I think that they have been deceived by mass culture and mass propaganda. Secondly, the people who should go to jail are the abortionists, who are the ones that have been putting the abortion pill, the ones that have been doing procedures, the ones that have been going into the third trimester and breaking babies' backs and inserting them with syringes while the babies are crying and suffocating, being born alive, and then being dead on the operating table. Okay. That is who should go to jail.
Oh.
That was actually the best point somebody made.
We'll have to talk about
I know.
it.
Okay, whenever I'm talking about this discussion, I always go to the question of what about in the case of the mother when her life is in danger? Because I'm a big believer. I don't know. I'm still iffy on if I think it's or if it's murder or not. But even so, I mean, I don't want to say murder is justified. Guys, wait. Let me just get this one point, and then you can vote me out. Give me 1 second. Say the mother gets pregnant, and she knows that if she gives birth, she's going to die. She has some kind of health complication. Then what do you do in that
Cesarean
case?
section.
I don't know what that means.
It's a C-section. They
cesarean
do an
section.
insert.
Guys, wait, hold on. Just give me one second.
They go right below the belly button, and they deliver the baby. And after she doesn't have to give birth, it's technically birth, but it's much safer. So that's actually safer than an abortion procedure. Sorry, Lily. Hello, how are you?
Hi.
What's your name?
Deedon.
Nice to meet
you. I would say with abortion, I think it's very complicated, but I think the issue that I have, primarily with your stance of being pro-life, that there's no nuance. There's women who are being forced to travel hundreds of miles to access abortion care, even in cases of rape in certain states that they're not giving any sort of allowance for that. And I think, a lot of people who are pro-life, they say that they're pro-life, but I feel like they're really pro-birth because with firearms, the United States has some of the highest firearm deaths out of OECD nations, right? And we can acknowledge that that's for children who are actually living and breathing. So I feel like abortion, while yeah, it is, I can definitely see your point. I just think that it should be allowed in some circumstances.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I'm happy to get into the gun violence stuff later, but I want to really stay focused on abortion.
Right.
You can say you see my point. Can you see the world also where, since we know it's a human life, that it should be illegal since we don't allow murder in our society?
Well, that's where I have an issue because abortion is not being done willy-nilly. It's like the life of the mother is always.
How many abortions do you think we have every day in America? Just guess.
I'm not sure.
Guess.
I'm honestly not sure. Maybe, I don't know, 1,000?
4,000 a day. So
4,000.
it is kind of willy-nilly. We have 1.6. Sorry. Hello.
Hi. I just want to clarify, the thing that you're aiming for is less abortion, right? That would be what you would want, or at least no abortion.
Eventually, it's also a protection of those that can't protect themselves. But yes, and that's why after the reversal of Roe versus Wade, we saw abortions go down dramatically in Texas, Alabama, Mississippi. We saw thousands of babies that are now alive and well that are able to have amazing lives thanks to the reversal of Roe versus Wade.
I don't think a lot of that is true.
Well, it is, but
it's not true because when you make abortion illegal, it doesn't actually decrease the amount of abortions that happen.
That's a nice talking point. In Texas, the numbers show differently. The birth rate has gone up.
Yeah, legal goes down, but illegal abortions still happen. Abortions still happen outside of whatever data you're showing.
That's not true, but let's just say, well, if you
40?
if you want to, well, first of all, if you count the abortion pill, you're right, but that's a separate thing than a chemical abortion and surgical abortion are different things. And I'm not debating you, I'm debating her. So if you want to do the flags and come back in, try and be faster next time. So let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, we should try to limit unjust suffering of human beings, right?
Sure.
Okay, that's my position, is that there's unjust suffering of anywhere between 1.4 to 1.6 million abortions a year of human beings that are being massacred in the womb. And so that's not a woman's rights issue, that's not a men's rights issue, that's just a human rights issue.
Okay, the best way to decrease abortions happening is proper sex education. Limiting abortion and making abortion illegal does not actually decrease the amount of abortions that happen.
So what is your evidence of that?
What is my evidence of that?
Because we have increased sex education the last 30 years. Our
sex education is so bad in America.
Well, By bad, what do you mean by that? We have more access to birth control for young kids. We have more kids that are learning to use birth control at a younger age. We have more of that in our public school system, and we've seen all the trends actually go in a negative direction. So, in fact, we see that the more sex education there is, the more disturbing those trends are. So you say that, let me ask you just one more thing. You say that if we make abortion illegal, people will still do it. Should we then just make gang violence legal because
No, I'm
people
saying
still
if you
do it?
actually wanted to decrease the amount of abortions that happen, you wouldn't be advocating for to make abortion illegal. You'd be advocating for all
Does
of these
that
other
logic
things.
apply to stealing, looting, kidnapping, arson, and murder?
Well, actually, it does because those are results of different
Okay,
societal
so-
issues
so-
that you should be
Got it.
educating
So we
yourself
should
on
make-
rather than making it
so we
illegal
should
on
make-
front.
Should we make kidnapping, arson, burglary, murder legal because they're symptoms of something else?
We should be helping society heal from
We
those
gotta answer the
things.
question. We want less of those things. We just make them legal and we'll get less looting?
You know, actually, I'm gonna let someone else.
Thank you very much. Hi, Parker. Nice to meet you. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Charlie.
Big TikTok guy.
So, like, pedophiles, people who were married to children in the past and normalized in that society, should they go to prison?
Pedophiles.
Like, if you could go back in time, would you put those pedophiles in prison that married those children because it was normalized? They were deceived into thinking it's okay. Would you put them in prison?
You have to slow down.
Sorry.
Pedophiles should get the death penalty.
No, so you'd go back in the past, you give them the death penalty, even though they were deceived into thinking it was okay. But you said people who get abortions who are women shouldn't go to prison.
But it's not currently illegal.
Okay, regardless.
Pedophilia
At that time, it wasn't.
No, I would not go back and retroactively enforce laws where things were currently not illegal.
You wouldn't put pedophiles in prison in the past.
Hold on a second. When was it illegal? When was it legal in America?
Well, child marriage was legal in America throughout the early 1900s, and especially throughout most of society for thousands of years, especially in the Old Testament and in the Bible.
Hold
right?
On. Well, hold on a second. So, where is the Levitical law that allows you to marry a child?
Oh, yeah.
Can you name the verse?
Well, I can't name the verse, but the particular conditions that are listed in the Bible are that you have to be physical maturity and emotional maturity, which is extremely vague and throughout society has been seen to be met at puberty.
There is not a verse, but let's kind of go
Okay,
back.
so when is
let's
the
go back
age
to
of consent
abortion.
under your view?
Let's go back to, well, generally agreed upon it's 18 years old. But let me ask you
But you, because you don't go based on what's generally agreed, you go based on the Bible.
I say 18 years old, but let me ask you a question.
Where's that in the Bible?
When does life begin?
Conception.
Like conception, great. So good. So should we protect all life at conception?
I care about sentient life, not
Sentient.
cellular
So
life.
when do brainwaves start?
Do you think brain dead people should be able to pull the plug on, like a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual
Hold
in
on,
the
you
family
gotta
that's brain dead?
answer the question. When do brainwaves start?
You can see brainwaves around 6 to 8 weeks, which in
I
brain dead
agree,
individual there are brainwaves as well. So the brainwaves necessary to produce a subjective experience
So
are
don't-
met until around
can you
18
see it
through
from
26
my
weeks in the
Can you
womb.
see it from my perspective that at 6 to 8 weeks those brainwaves will actually increase, not decrease, will allow the process of development to continue?
Did you know those same EEG scans exist in brain dead people that you don't think are
no,
sentient?
but the difference with the brain dead people is that the likelihood of those brain waves actually increasing is very low at 6 to 8 weeks, when by 15 weeks they can hear the
It's
mom's
impossible.
voice.
It's irreversible sensation. That's what brain
Well,
death is. I
hold on,
apparently didn't know that.
But no,
it's not coma.
But you're doing a red herring. Go back to
No, it's not. What's a red herring?
A red herring is where you avoid the topic and you say something that is adjacent or symmetrical to what I'm saying, but not actually what I'm saying.
You mean a reductio ad absurdum? That's not a red herring.
A 6 to 8 week baby, if they're allowed to continue to develop, what ends up happening?
At a certain point, it will become a sentient being in the
Got
future.
it.
The
So
same way
that-
that if I keep engaging in sex with my girlfriend, it'll be a baby in the future. Yet I don't care about the
unless
sperm.
you're infertile, which we don't know. But
Oh, I'm
so
not.
let's see the process of development, right? Why
Do you wanna answer my question yet?
Why do you have the ability or the right?
Should those child P3Os go to prison?
The process of
Should the
development
pedophiles go to prison?
from 1904. How many pedophiles are
From
alive
behind.
from 1904?
They're not alive, right? I meant like if you can go back in the past,
Okay, that's just-
hypothetically speaking, and you could put them in prison. Would you put them in
Well,
prison?
I would have killed them myself if I was alive. back
Okay,
then.
so
But
then you don't apply
but-
it based upon what people are deceived to believe.
But
You apply it
yes,
based
I
upon
do.
what you consider to be
That-
moral.
it's a
So the
separate
women who had
issue.
abortions, you think they should go to prison.
No,
so why should
no,
women
I-
who get abortions go to
I've
prison,
never- I've
but
never
someone
said
like
that.
my mom who
This
told
is
me that
not-
Santa Claus
this
exists
is
shouldn't go to
not
prison
going to
because
be
they're
a
both sins?
constructive debate if you keep on talking over me.
Well, I
right?
was finishing my statement. You were talking over me.
But
But go for it.
let me ask you a very simple question. Do you think it would be a good thing if we had less abortions in America?
It depends on the context. Like, are the abortions prior to sentience?
Yes.
Because I
all
think
abortions.
No, it would not be necessarily
are you
better
against
unless it is the
late-term
case that the people didn't want the abortions and it would be negatively impactful to their health medically speaking.
Are you against
Because I think
late-term abortion?
After sentience, yes.
Okay, so you believe in an 8-week abortion ban?
Yeah. No, I don't. Sorry, I believe in an abortion ban after 18 through 26 weeks.
Okay, that's
Sorry,
a
my
more
bad.
reasonable position. I have to give you credit for that.
It's similar to Trump's. 15 weeks?
Yeah, so why do you think that most people don't share your view on that?
Well, people just don't really know what sentience is. There's not a lot of conversation about abortion, and these conversations are very difficult. Like they're conceptually hard to go through, and I understand why a lot of people don't understand
for sure.
their positions on it.
So
but I think people
you
have
are where most
you're cutting me off.
Americans
I thought we weren't cutting people off.
I was actually complimenting you. How are you? Nice to see you.
So I just have one question. There's, like, in any case, you don't think there's any case where abortion should be legal?
There's a very, very rare couple cases.
Okay, so you do
where-
think
hold
that
on
a
one
couple
second.
cases
Hold
it
on.
is legal?
If cesarean section is not going to save the mother's life, and the mother's life is actually at risk, which is debated amongst growing numbers of OBGYNs,
Okay.
that is the only case where abortion should be
Do you
allowed.
think there
but
should-
but people say it is a growing consensus in the pro-life world that abortion is never medically necessary.
Okay. So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped, and she was gonna give birth
I
and
do
she
have
would
a
no
daughter.
wait oh and she was gonna give birth and she was gonna live, would you want her to go through that and carry her
Well,
rapist baby?
That's awfully graphic. The
It's
answer-
no, but it's a real life scenario that happens
Calm
to
down.
many
The
people.
answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So that's insane.
But let me tell you why. No, hold on. Let me ask you a question. There's 2 ultrasounds I have. One is a baby conceived in. One is a baby conceived by a loving couple. Which one is which?
Your daughter was
which
probably
person here was
hopefully
which person
conceived
here?
by a
Which
somewhat
person here
loving
was
couple.
conceived by? Tell me which one was conceived by.
You don't know.
Exactly, because it's all human rights and
But
it's all
that
human
doesn't
beings.
matter.
So you-
It's about your daughter who has to give
no.
birth to it and is going to be tortured by that
Hold
for
on
the
a second.
rest of her
You-
life.
you are
That's
not-
going to take away every
Hold on a
freedom
second.
she's ever going to have.
Hold on.
That's going
Every
to ruin
freedom.
her life. She's going
You
to
know
grow
what?
up and she's going to be
Abortion is not a
attached to another
victimless
thing.
crime. The point is how you were conceived is irrelevant. What human rights you get.
But-
hold on one second. If a person conceived in walks down the side of the street, it's not like they don't get First Amendment rights or Second Amendment rights.
It's
or
not
Fourth
about
Amendment
that
rights.
person.
The worst thing to do to that the daughter is to then say, "Hey, we're gonna go murder the being inside of you."
They wouldn't even know. Like, listen.
They wouldn't know.
Listen.
But wouldn't it be a better story to say something evil happened and we do something good in the face of
No.
evil instead of saying we're going to do evil and then murder the being because we're going to pander to the evil? No. What makes the West great is that we do good after evil, not evil after evil.
It's not about the being in the cells.
No,
It's not about. No. I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
we're both-
No, I'm
we're both
speaking.
clumps
No,
of cells.
I'm speaking. No,
We're
I'm
both
speaking. No,
clumps of
I'm
cells,
speaking. No,
okay?
I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Wanna say it one more time?
No, I'm speaking.
Got it.
Thank you. So it's not. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
I
the
know you don't
person.
care
No,
about that.
no. I'm talking about the person who is dealing with the pregnancy. I am not talking about the cells. I don't
the
care.
cells.
No, listen. The fetus, the whatever. I don't care about that right now until it is formed. If there is a 5-year-old child who is pregnant and the baby is 2 weeks in
5-year-olds
utero,
can't get pregnant.
actually they have given birth. There is
5-year-olds have given pregnant.
There
I
is
stand
one.
corrected.
There is one recorded case of a
Okay, I
5-year-old
stand
girl who
corrected.
gave birth.
Is that?
The cells.
No,
It's not about. No. I'm
I know.
speaking.
We're-
No,
we're-
I'm speaking.
we're both-
No, I'm
we're-
speaking.
Got it.
Talking about the person who is dealing with the fetus, the whatever. I don't care about that right now
Whatever.
until it is
Wow.
formed. If there
when
is
does it become formed?
if there is a 5-year-old child who is pregnant and the baby is 2 weeks in
5-year-olds
utero,
can't get pregnant,
actually
okay.
they have given birth. There is
5-year-olds have
yes.
given pregnant.
There is
I
one.
stand corrected.
There is one recorded case of a
Okay.
5.
I stand
girl who
corrected.
gave birth.
Is that common?
Yes, it's common. 5-year-olds get sometimes, and it's
Okay,
if they get pregnant,
5-year-olds
I
get
think they should be
pregnant,
able to have medical access to something that could save not only just their life, but like their livelihood.
How many? I'm curious. How
I
many?
hope your daughter lives a very happy life and gets away from you.
Okay, so that is really nasty, and so her belief system, just so we're clear, is that.
The time's up.
Yeah, no, I got it. It's fine. I mean, it's insanely nasty, and we'll talk again. My next claim is that college is a scam. Hello.
Hello, hello.
What's your name?
I'm Maddox. How are you
Nice to
doing?
meet you. Good.
So, college is a scam.
Well, let's define our terms. College being traditional four-year college.
Of course.
University, not community college or technical college.
Of course.
A scam, if we can agree on a definition, is where a majority of people who will go through the institution or business, they're not getting their money's worth, their time's worth, and they're being deceived when they sign up. So do we agree on those terms?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Well, what would further definitions, what do you think is the purpose of going to college?
The purpose of college should be a traditional liberal arts education, pursuit of what is good, true, and beautiful.
Okay.
That's not what it is. It should be the betterment of yourself and your soul, nurturing your character and becoming a better citizen, understanding the deeper things in life. At the very least, though, it should be preparing one for the job market. Do you think college does those things?
I think it does, but I would add on to your point that I think not only is it for the betterment of yourself, but it's for the betterment of society. we need historians, we need certain majors that may not make as much money. I think those are for the betterment of society. Would you agree that there's some majors that may not make money, but are still essential to society?
It depends. Do you think that getting a degree in gender studies is good for society?
I would agree, yeah. Why would studying gender not be good for society?
Well, learning that men can give birth is not exactly a good use of time, is it?
Is that what they're teaching in college right
now? A lot
of
colleges, yeah. According to the Center for Disease Control, they no longer say women can give birth, they say birthing persons.
Okay.
Do you think men can give birth?
Do I think men can give birth? I think that...
yes or no question?
I think that a person who is assigned male at birth, I don't think they can give
Assigned
birth.
male at birth? So people are not male at birth?
I think that a person...
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
College is a scam?
You're lacking in a lot of wisdom.
Well, here, we can continue right now. So, gender studies, do you think that studying gender is not essential? Should we not deepen our understanding
of gender?
I
don't think gender... We're going to get there later. I don't think gender exists. I
Okay.
think that there are two sexes, infinite personalities, and no genders. However, let's get back to the core contention.
Well, here, can I ask my
Scam.
question again real quick?
Well,
Why do you think...
I'm going to get back to my core contention. A scam. So the majority of kids that go to college, if they end up getting a job at all, they end up getting a job that does not require a college degree.
Do you think that certain jobs that may not associate with a direct major can incorporate skills that you learn from a major? I think I'm an econ major, and depending on what job I can do in the future, I can still use the skills learned from
So tell me about Milton Friedman.
Tell me about Milton Friedman. He is an economist from...
How about Thomas Sowell?
Thomas Sowell.
Ludwig von Mises.
Well, I will say that I'm a first year.
How about
I'd love to see you answer the gender studies.
We will get there later. That's what psychedelics are for. Who's next?
Well, I think it's difficult to think about just one major, thinking about just gender studies. Like, sure, like not everyone should be a gender studies major. We need doctors, we need lawyers, we need everything. However, why does it matter if 10 people want to be a gender studies major and it matters to them? Like, not everyone can be a lawyer, not everyone can be a doctor. There needs to be some people, and you know what? Yeah, it sucks that some people do go to college and get a degree and then they end up not in a workforce for that. But I don't think that has to do with like college was a scam. It's more like maybe that just wasn't the path for them, or that life choice was just too hard to get for them. But some people are able to go to college and get a degree and use it, and that is super important, because imagine if no doctors went to college, they're just like, I think I can do it.
Well, of course,
like,
doctors and lawyers need credentialing, right? But
so college.
Well, less than 5% of all people that go to college end up studying medicine or in legal. The vast majority go into soft social sciences, communications, or the humanities. So you're in college, or have been, is that correct?
Yeah.
Are you forced to take classes that you think are a waste of time?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
you know what?
Hold on. So that they're taking your money and they're forcing you that they're a waste of time. That's kind of scammy, right?
Oh, I think that some classes.
Ooh, some. So you have to probably go in debt, right?
Depends.
Okay.
On what college you go to.
Are you going into debt?
No.
Okay, well, that's good.
I picked a school that actually offered me a scholarship.
Oh,
and
so
I
someone
picked a
else is
school
paying
that
for your
was good.
college.
Oh, I don't know. Depends on me. I mean, that was
No, I'm
a
sorry,
school
that's
that wanted to give me an opportunity. But that's not what we're talking about.
Well,
we're talking
it is. No, we're
about
talking about the scam element, right? So you said that there are some classes that if students had to go into debt or had to pay for, would not be a good use of their time. So it's not representing students well.
Well, do you think like high school is a scam then? Because I had to pay for high school, but I'm not going to use AP US history in my psychology degree ever.
Well, I think AP US history is actually a really good use of time, knowing about your country and your history. And
well, but I'm not going to use that
Madison.
in my career. That's what we're talking about in the career path for college.
Let's go back to what I said, right? We said traditional college, right? Four-year college. And what a scam is, we're a majority of the people that will go through the enterprise, the business, or the institution are not getting their time worth or their money worth. So therefore, I go back to my core contention, which is a majority of kids that exit college will not use their degree at all when they go to find a job.
But if you ask them, do you think college was a scam? I don't think majority of them are going to say yes. Some of them will. Some of them are going to
not everyone who's being scammed actively knows they're being scammed. People still buy erectile dysfunction drugs off the internet and they get scammed.
Okay, that's their own personal choice, though.
Of course people have choices to be scammed. I'm not saying they don't have a choice. I'm making an observation analysis of the institution. For example, flying Spirit Airlines, kind of a scam.
Okay.
Should be shut down. There is some, you kind of agree. There are some things in life we have to take a step back and like, oh, the consumer is not being well served.
You want to shut down a bunch of majors in colleges that you think are scams?
No, I never said that.
So what would your proposal be to fix the scam of college?
There is no proposal. I'm simply, the contention is college is a scam.
So then what's the point of that statement?
To get you to agree.
But like, what would that do? Like, what do you want to fix in college that's going to help it not be a scam?
We can get to step interval 2 as long as you can agree that college is a scam.
No. because not for everyone. For me,
Well,
I'm
but a
using a
majority-
degree that's going to help people make better.
What are you studying?
Psychology and criminal justice.
Okay, so, and it's being paid for by somebody else, which is fine, that's good. So psychology and criminal justice, do you absolutely need to get a degree to be able to get into the psychology? You do?
Yeah, I mean, like, I could, I guess, study it all on my own, but it's just like makes more sense to go and have all these experiences. I'm getting like wonderful experiences, internships all through my college.
So the
that's
only
helping
people that
me
get
go through it.
internships
No,
go to
it's
college?
just that this is a pathway that's really helping me.
So you know there's 11 million jobs open in the country right now that don't require a college degree?
Okay, then the people
Let me
who
ask you a
want those
question.
jobs can go get those jobs.
Do
I
you
am not
think
one
we
of those
push
people.
too many kids into college?
No.
Okay, so the national graduation rate is 59%. If I asked the room, everyone would agree that they know some people that went to college that did not graduate,
Yeah.
right? So we're probably sending too many kids into this institution.
But if they might have been able to do it, then like, why is it not worth it to try and
Well,
to
because
push yourself to get a better education and go further
leaving
in your
with debt's
life?
a bad thing, right?
But some people are able to work through that, and it's like an
Some people are.
opportunity thing.
But
It's
when
like
an institution is multi-trillion dollars in scale, involves 23 million of our citizens every 4 years, and is not actually bettering the country. For example, if college was so great, we would see incomes going up for Gen Z and millennials. We'd see more people able to own homes. Kids wouldn't. I'm telling you, this is so ableist what you're doing, by the way. I'm telling you, right? Hello, what's your name?
Alice.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so let me start by saying, well, first of all, you said we're sending too many kids to college. Who's sending them? Who's forcing them?
Guidance counselors, parents, community.
Are they forcing them? Are they signing them up themselves?
Forcing. I never said forcing, but you can have nudging. And
Okay.
forcing are two different things. We also subsidize college through the federal government. So you guys get subsidized interest rates, scholarships, and loans. So the taxpayer is nudging students and gently and sometimes forcefully pushing them into college. And you would agree it is an expectation if you grow up in an upper middle class home to go to college. You would agree with that. So
I-
there's a societal, cultural.
I didn't grow up in a middle class.
Okay, well, but would you see it from there? Would you see how that argument is correct?
I guess there might be a pressure, but no one's sending them. You're sending yourself.
Well, of course.
Or we're
it's-
all over the age of 18, right? I mean,
but-
when you're in college, so you're
let's-
sending yourself.
Right.
But that's beside
But
the
let's
that's
be
a
honest.
different
I mean, that's a silly argument. Yes, they're technically sending themselves. I was just at Arizona State University move-in. Everyone had their parents there. They were co-signing on loans. They were there helping pay for stuff. Parents are the ones that are still checking in. They're the ones that largely subsidize their lifestyle. Hey, mom, can you Venmo me $3,000 so that I can go out on an extra night? Yes, of course, when you're 18 years old, you're the one signing on the dotted line. But there's enormous pressure and nudging and cultural expectation that students go to college.
Right. Okay. I think the problem here is that it's up to the person. You can't just go to college and expect to come out with a degree. You have to put the work in. You have to put the work in. You have to make connections. And some people might think college is just 4 years of partying and drinking and making friends, whatever. But you have to actually put the work in. And if you put the work in, you make connections, and you can find a job right outside of college.
Well, no, not doubting that you can't find a job. It's just that 52% of them get a job that doesn't require them to get the degree.
But most jobs offer incentive pay if you have a degree. And
But-
86%,
but then if that's the case, then
86% of
if-
people
if-
with a
if
degree
that is
get
true-
paid more than people with
Well,
just a
hold
high
on.
school diploma.
That's only if you count the ones at the top 10% of income earners. So not if you count humanities, not if you count people that study in the social sciences. If you count medicine or you count law, that's absolutely correct. However, the vast majority of kids who go to college are not studying medicine, law, engineering, business, finance. They're studying communications, social sciences, or humanities, which are on the lower income ladder. So as I mentioned, we have 11 million job openings in this country right now that do not require a college degree. I'm guessing in this room that within 4 to 5 years, you guys would kill to be able to earn $80 to $100,000 a year, yes? Do you know that in states across the country and in cities, they're offering apprenticeships to become plumbers and welders, electricians? That doesn't require for your college
Right.
degree. Entrance salary, $80,000 a year.
But again, 86% of people with a bachelor's degree earn more
No, I've already
than
told you.
people with a
I've
high school
already
diploma.
told
No,
you.
86% of all people with a
I got
bachelor's
that,
degree.
But if you take out the top 10%, it's actually lower than those that don't go to college. So the reason that number, that average goes up is because the doctors and the engineers and the lawyers are the ones that bring that average so significantly up. But let me ask you a question. Do you think that there's any waste at all in the current college model?
Do I think there's any waste? I don't think we need all of it.
What part?
Well, you have to start with your core classes. And it's like high school. You're taking the same classes in
So do you
in high
think,
school.
like, for example, do you think that... Okay, nice to meet you.
I'm Emily. Nice to meet you.
Emily. Thank you.
Earlier said that about 5% of college students are going into fields of like medicine, law, and engineering, was it?
Let me clarify.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
as far as they're going to be able to get postgraduate degrees. So they will go all the way up and get their Juris Master, or they will end up passing the bar or becoming a doctor, right?
Okay.
So it's easy to say doctors, lawyers,
Yeah.
but healthcare professionals, if you count nurses or people that work in healthcare, that number is closer to 20-25%.
Okay, so 5%. Who here has a doctor? Can you like raise your hand if you have a doctor?
Like a medical
A doctor, yeah. Like a medical
yes, I do,
doctor.
yeah.
Yeah, you do. Okay. 5% is still a lot of people, right?
Of course, but
Yeah.
that means 95% might not need to exist at the institution.
I don't think that's the takeaway. Just because 5%, which is still millions of Americans
Wait,
all
hold on a
across the
second.
board.
But if you were to say, hey, we only have medical schools, only have legal, we can get rid of gender studies, get rid of. So what's the contention?
Well, gender studies is actually, if you look on like the pre-law track, gender studies is a pre-law track. If
Got
you're
it.
going to be a lawyer, you have to study gender studies and other social
That proves
cultural
my
studies.
point that college is a scam.
Why?
Why would a lawyer need to study gender studies? Shouldn't a lawyer
it's
know
a-
the law?
It's a social science. The law, you think the law isn't inadvertently affected by social, cultural, and gender norms?
Of course it is, but shouldn't they first know the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, the Federalist Papers?
We learned
know,
that in high
Marbury-
school.
Okay, so what is Marbury versus Madison?
I haven't been in high school for a really long time. I'm
Well, I
not trying to
thought
be a
you said you
lawyer.
learned it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, high schools are like,
was
it's
Brown,
public high
What was
school.
Brown versus the Board of Education?
That's for desegregating schools. Yeah, which Project 2025 wants to like defund
Right.
the Department of Education. So like founding fathers, 1778. I don't know.
It wasn't 1778.
I don't know. Yeah.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. Well, this is the point: is that you don't learn it in high school. You don't even learn it in undergraduate, and our law school's not learning. So maybe.
Well, I'm not in law school.
No, the point is that you were saying that they already learned it. They don't. I don't want this to be a pop quiz or trivia. I didn't go to college, and I'm asking very basic civic questions, and you're paying to go to college, and you can't.
That's so fair, but I think
Thank you. Sorry.
I have a question. Is the church a scam?
No, it's honoring the divine and the eternal and the good and the true and the beautiful. It's college.
But it deceives people because you give a promise of everlasting life, which you don't actually get because Christianity is contradictory, logically speaking.
Do you want to get into a theological debate, or are we going to talk about theology? Because I completely disagree. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and we will have eternal life.
Okay, so how, if there is a perfect being that created the world, how could we exist in the world?
I'm happy to have this discussion. Can we go back to college, though? Because do you think, because that's a little bit of a red herring and a little bit of a rabbit hole, tell me what that has to do with college being a scam.
Well, I do think college can be a scam for certain people. I don't think it's a
Okay,
scam
so
for
we
everyone.
agree.
though. For people like me, college was very beneficial for me.
For sure.
I'm
Who is it a
I'm
scam?
asking you to explain your definition of a scam. Do you consider the Christian church a scam?
Of course not. It's giving people eternal life and teaches them
But if
goodness.
Christianity is false, then it's a deception.
If you think it's false, I don't. We can agree to disagree. Also,
I'm not agreeing to disagree on that.
but we're not talking about the church. We're talking about college, right? So again, also, people are not paying to go to church, are
But
they?
it's a reductio ad absurdum. You know what that is?
Ask the question.
What's a reductio ad absurdum?
That's a Latin term that means reducing down to lowest common belief, correct?
Yeah, so I'm taking
Am
your
I right? I didn't go to
particular-
college. I knew that.
I'm taking your particular position.
Let
that
me ask you a question without you interrupting me. Do you pay to go to church?
No, I don't.
Do you-
Some people
hold
do.
on,
They're forced to pay based upon
Hold
their
on.
particular denomination.
And today, do you pay to go to church?
Depending on the church.
No, you don't. Do you have to go to debt to go to church?
In some circumstances, people do because they have to give
What?
up 10% of
What-
their income to be able to do that, which people
Which
can't afford.
circumstance?
Well, they're LDS. You understand that a lot of LDS churches specifically require 10%.
Yeah,
That's
they
Christian.
don't require it. And what you're
They
talking
do in
about,
plenty of places.
well, you're asking mainline Christian.
Isn't there stigmatization
belief.
if you don't do that?
Okay, you're good at interrupting, not good at answering.
Well,
So
you haven't
just-
answered any of my questions
Well,
yet.
I did say no. Church is not a scam. Church is the bride of Christ. College is a scam, and college is people are going into debt. They're paying a lot of money. But I want to ask you a question. You said it's a scam for some people. Who's it a scam for?
Yeah, for people who specifically aren't ever going to use it, never use any of the knowledge
So
that they retain from
52%.
it. Well, you say 52%. I don't think you can qualify 52% of people don't do that.
What
For
number would
example,
you say?
For example, my job, that's not going to be recommended as an economics degree. Most economics majors are going to go into TikTok debating online. But I use the information that I learned in college in my job on a daily basis. So I still use
what
relevant
percentage?
qualities that are then used in my job later
Right.
on.
What percentage of kids that go to college are being scammed? Can you
I don't
put a
think
number?
I don't think anyone knows that
Can you
because it's
guess?
dependent upon an individual. I have no clue.
Shouldn't we try to find out?
Oh, if you'd like to find some empirics on that, I'd love to see it.
I just did. So 41%.
Wait, that's not a
41%.
source?
Well, the Department of Education is a source.
No, the Department of Education doesn't say 41% of people it was a scam for, or that they didn't use any of the information they learned in college.
You are using.
So are you saying none of them used any of the information?
Can I say 3 words without you interrupting me?
Do any of them
How
use
about
the information
4?
later on?
Can I say 5 words that interrupt
Well, you've
me?
interrupted me multiple times.
So since you say college is a scam for some people, it's a ballpark. For the kids that do not graduate, 41% that ended up going and not graduating, were they scammed?
No, just because you go and pay for a particular thing, but then you don't follow through with it, doesn't mean you were scammed.
Maybe they were
You
misled.
decided to pay for it. Oh, you could say some people are misled.
Do you
Some
think
people are
that every-
stigmatized into these things.
do you think
but
that every-
some people are misled in the church?
Do you think-
and you never answered my question on that because you're trying to
I did.
take that time down so that you don't have to answer the question
Well,
about
hold on.
Christianity because you know your worldview looks terrible.
Well, what about Christianity do you want me to answer? We're talking
Well, I think it's
about
false. Or because I was saying,
Okay.
is church a scam? If church is a scam, that'd be predicated off of the idea that you're deceived into believing that there's everlasting life,
Okay, but you
specifically from
believe that
Christianity.
again.
So
this-
Christianity has to be true. So can you grant that? What's the argument?
Christianity is true. Did the
What's the
resurrection?
argument?
You're gonna let me finish 3 words in a row?
Appreciate it.
Okay. Did the resurrection happen?
I don't think the resurrection occurred.
Okay, I disagree.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. A perfect creator, is it possible for them to not desire something imperfect?
Is a perfect creator? I'm sorry. What?
There's a perfect creator that desires everything that's just perfect. How can they desire something imperfect, flawed?
Well, because maybe they want to get to know themselves. Maybe they want to see their own creation. Maybe they love.
They
their
want to get to know them?
Can I
Or
finish?
he's all-knowing.
Can I finish? Can I finish talking here? Okay. Maybe because God loved the world so much that His creation, which rebelled against Him, given agency and free will, rebelled against them, then got eternal life, what we actually deserve, and then sent His Son on a rescue mission to save us from that. The church is the bride of Christ, will save us from damnation that we deserve. College is far from the bride of America. It's currently scamming the youth of this country and sending them into oblivion.
Didn't answer the question.
I did.
No? You didn't say how they could desire something imperfect?
Well, God can
We'll talk
do anything.
about that later. Don't
God
worry.
can do anything, so.
Oh, even something logically contradictory?
No, it's not logically contradictory.
To desire something imperfect?
Can an unstoppable object hit a unusual force?
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is an app and website that is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Their team of journalists believe that unbiased news should be the standard and not just the exception, so they report down the middle with facts, delivering news without bias, filter, or spin. Plus, their media mist tool allows you to discover news that's being underreported or not even reported at all by different sides of mainstream media. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. The work they're doing gives us a complete picture of the news straight from our phones and tablets with their app. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel, you're also supporting a group of journalists that are raising the bar on news and focusing on serving you unbiased, straight facts. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
And my next claim is that trans women are not women. What's your name?
Sam.
Nice to meet you. Let's define our terms. A woman is an adult female with XX chromosomes. You tell me, what is a woman?
I think a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman.
Got it. So that's not a definition. That's like saying a table is something that identifies as a table. Give me an objective definition
No,
of
it's
how...
not. A table is an object.
Well,
A table can't identify as anything. It doesn't have
but
choice.
You have to give me an objective definition of what a woman is.
If I decided right now that I wanted to identify as a woman, I would be a woman.
Okay, but that doesn't answer the question.
I know, but
you
right
said-
now I'm a man, right? So if that
But you have
happened
to
right
tell
now,
me
I'd be a
what that
woman.
thing
So
is.
once a person makes the decision to identify as a woman,
Got it. No,
they're a woman.
that's a separate issue. What is a woman?
That's the definition.
No, I know, but you have to tell me what.
A person who identifies themselves as a woman.
But you have to how do you know that they are that thing?
How do I know? I don't need to know what they
No,
are.
no,
I
no.
can ask them if
Not
I
that
want
they
to
need
know.
But there needs to be. You need to tell me what that thing is, though.
somebody who.
You need
okay,
to
sorry,
give
we're not
me-
getting anywhere. We're
you
not
need to-
getting
well,
anywhere.
no,
We're not
it's
getting
important because it's like saying a giraffe is a thing that looks like a giraffe, or a coyote is a thing that looks like a coyote. It's called circular reasoning. You have to give me a actual definition.
I don't have to. I did give you a definition.
No. You said that a woman is something that thinks they're a woman. That doesn't give me a definition. That's simply
What would you consider a definition?
an adult female with XX
No.
chromosomes.
I mean, like, what makes that a definition?
Hello.
Hi.
Juliana?
Juliana, yeah. I don't necessarily think that you can define a woman just by her chromosomes. Women are so much more than that. They come in a variety of shapes, sizes, colors. And I don't necessarily think that you can count out somebody who's trans just because they don't have a certain set of chromosomes. There are also people who are born, I'm drawing a blank.
Intersex?
Yes,
So
yes.
XXY or YYX?
Or just, or like X0, nothing.
So natural mutations upon the binary, essentially. Right?
Yes. So,
But they don't have both sex organs that both operate, right?
yeah, but that also I don't think necessarily works, right? Because if it's X,
One
just
is more
X, and
dominant
there's
than
a
So you're
Okay,
either
that's-
more male or more female, right? So you might have both a penis and vagina, but there's never been a case of someone who can impregnate themselves.
okay. I also don't necessarily think that works for this situation, but I also want to say that one of my best friends is trans, and I would say that she's more of a woman than I am. I think that women define themselves by multiple things, not just their sex organs. If somebody asked me who I was as a woman, I would not say I have a vagina.
Totally fair. No, I think you said something smart. So you said that person is more of a woman than you are. Therefore, you're grading off a definition of something accomplishes womanhood. What is that?
I think it's, well, that's the thing too, and I do think that gets a little complicated, right? Because there are social norms for a gender, but I do think we try to break that, right?
No, for
It's
sure.
just-
But you said that specific friend is more of a woman than you are. Why?
I think she's a better person than me. I think she
So
lives
women are better
life.
people?
She's a better woman than I am. I'm not saying women are better people.
But what makes a woman a woman? Because you said she's more of a woman than you are. So I want to know what that definition is.
Right, okay. I'm gonna let somebody else go.
Okay. All right, Parker, what is a woman?
A woman is an adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex. Now, define a man. Define a man.
You're looking at one. XY chromosomes in a
Okay, but
adult
does God the Father have XY chromosomes prior to incarnation?
We literally have a religious
He's a
topic later.
father and he's he/him, but he's not a man.
We have a religious.
Wait, so
topic
a
later.
man is someone with XY chromosomes, but he doesn't have XY chromosomes, yet he's still a man.
Well,
and he still
so
uses preferred
it's
pronouns.
actually very interesting. In the original Hebrew, Adonai, do you know what Adonai is? It's the Hebrew word for God. It's actually genderless, but in the scriptures, they use he, right? And they use the masculine. Jesus Christ came to earth as a man, not as a woman, not as genderqueer. But let's go back to the...
But God the Father's a man, right? Because all fathers are men.
Well, first of all, there's a trinity. So God the Father is neither man nor woman. He is omniscient, omnipotent. He is all being on top.
So why do you use he?
Well, I did not. The scriptures do. You could use woman. You could say her. You could use him. But the way that the language is structured, again, it is so... God the Father is so above gender. It is so above any of our understanding.
And why use
with
him?
Glory and understanding. Again, because you have to make a choice. Either he or him or her in the original scriptures. Let's go back to... I'm happy
Some
to get into
fathers
that.
aren't men and boys?
So I'm
So some fathers
I'm
are not men and boys, not men or boys.
I'm sorry.
Some fathers are not male.
No, of course they are. I'm not.
Wait, so God the Father's a male?
Hold on, God the Father. So where do we get God the Father from? What Greek word?
From your scripture.
Well, from Abba, right, which is a very close personal term.
You're not answering my
right?
questions, and you're bringing up random language that doesn't matter.
Well, it actually does.
No,
okay?
it doesn't.
But let me get down to the root of it,
because he's not a man. You know he's not a man under your worldview.
Hold
You
on.
still use his
Well,
preferred pronouns. You
Christ
still
is-
call him a man.
Christ is a
But You
man.
don't do that with trans people because you're transphobic. That's why.
Oh, okay, got it. But Christ is a man. I'm happy to get into the sexuality and
Before
gender
incarnation, he's not.
of the Trinity. Okay.
Before incarnation,
Okay.
there's no penis, there's no XY chromosomes, there's no
Well,
small
hold on a
gametes.
second. Let's think about it. If that's correct, how is it then Jacob saw the face of God?
Okay, so if there's
hold on. If there was not before the incarnation, how did Jacob see the face of God? How did Jacob wrestle with God?
Characters can have faces without biology.
How did Jacob wrestle with God?
So okay, do you think that he has a body?
Well,
or was that a figurative notion of wrestle?
That's a mystery of the scriptures. I'm not here. Well, it is. I'm not here to debate theology. Can we go back to
So,
the
wait, does he actually have biology? You keep trying to pivot because you know this debunks it.
Well,
what
it doesn't-
biology
it
does your
doesn't-
God have?
Well, the one of Christ our Lord.
No, I meant
right?
before incarnation.
Well, to be honest, I don't quite know, and I don't think the scriptures
so
are.
You don't know what a man is?
Well,
you can't define what a man is?
It's a little opaque. Again, you're looking at a man.
But your video, the largest video on TikTok is, what is a woman, 20 million views, but you don't know what a man is in your own worldview?
I said you're looking at a man, right?
Wait, but God the Father
doesn't
doesn't meet that criteria.
Am I looking at a man?
Yes, you are.
Okay, good. Just make
a man that's defeating you in a debate right now.
Okay, that's fine. So let me ask you a question, though. So, do you think that anybody can become a woman?
I think that anyone who meets my criteria is a woman.
What's your criteria?
Again, adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex.
Can society ever be wrong?
Sure, but like it's a desire to be in accordance with a set of social and cultural norms.
Can I become black if I wear blackface?
No, because it's not a desire that you have to be in accordance with a particular set of social
What if somebody
norms.
wants to be black?
Because race is defined phenotypically based upon the expression to other people.
But you're by some standard you're judging.
Do you think there's a phenotypical expression of someone who's white and someone who's black? Like I see you're white because of your phenotypical expression.
Right. So, but do you think? But Rachel Dolezal that said she is black and culturally black, is she black?
Does she have phenotypically characteristics we would associate?
Define
with
phenotypical. I'm not sure what that is.
It's going to be the expression.
So
of
melanin
a particular
content on the
character.
skin.
Yes.
Okay. So she could pass as a black person.
Wait. So she doesn't have the melanin content.
She's borderline.
No.
Heavily.
Okay. So then she's not black.
Okay. So you're able to say who is black and not black.
That's how we define it in society. No.
Okay, got it. So, but is there an objective definition of who is black?
Wait, language is all subjective. Linguistics professionals indicate it's subjective.
Language is all subjective?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
Every
really?
word you just used was created by the other human beings that are engaging in conversation.
Got it. No, now
you
we're-
might think it's created by God, but even then it's still subjective.
Got it. But
because it came from
now
God.
we're getting somewhere.
God's the
So
subject.
now we're getting somewhere. Is the word and the value behind murder objective or subjective?
Well, I think morality is subjective. But you think it's subjective
it is.
too?
So,
Because it comes
hold on.
from God.
That's interesting.
Wait,
So-
does it come from God or independent of God?
Well, no, of course it comes from God. It's
If
transcendent.
that's true,
it's
that's
transcendent
subjective.
human beings.
That's
No, it's not.
subjective. Yes, it is. If it comes from God, it's specifically subjective. If it comes independent of God, then it's objective.
No,
what
it's
you just told me
God-
is
God is
also
objective
compatible with
morality.
moral anti-realism.
So let's go back to the Ten Commandments.
You don't understand
right?
meta-ethics.
Hold on a second.
What does subjective morality mean? What does it mean?
Subjective morality
Define
means
it.
that it comes in everybody's own opinion, their own form,
True
not
dependent upon a
objective.
stance.
Again,
God is a stance, and that's the truth
Hold on
of
a second.
morality.
So if let's believe. Do you believe in if everybody believed in the concept of God, the transcendent God, that there was a Ten Commandments and we should live by it, right? Is that objective morality?
No. Just because people agree doesn't make it objective.
Then what?
It get independent of a stance.
What is
agreement? Is not independent of a stance.
what is objective? Sorry, thanks. We'll be back at it next time. Mason, how are you? Nice to meet you.
So, I think it's a little scummy that you're plagiarizing the whole Matt Walsh thing. Like, your
Dude,
thing is
I
the
pay him
worship of Israel and everything like that.
I pay him
like-
royalties.
Okay, for sure. Well, do you want to talk about sex first, or do you want to talk about gender?
I don't think gender exists. I think it's a term that John Money and Judith Butler created over the last 40 years that basically is a filler for personality.
Okay, well, if we're talking about sex, which it seems like you're saying is the exact same thing, would you say sex is binary by definition?
For sure, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you're
And they're-
already
they're-
incorrect. Like, sex is not binary, it's bimodal. So if we look at a distribution graph, we're going to see people in two camps majority of the time, but there are going to be externalities on both the spectrum and in the middle.
For example, like
so we already
intersex,
talked about
right.
intersex. Right?
However, with intersex though, they are mutations of a binary, correct?
No, we're talking about.
Hold on, but
we're talking about an entire spectrum.
Which
you're by definition defeating your expression of what a binary is, by saying that there are externalities.
But let me ask you a question. That like XXY.
Charlie,
For example,
you're
what-
trying
what-
to create this
what-
one box and then use any examples that are outside of that
No, but
box
you brought
to
up
justify that box.
You
again.
brought up intersex.
We're talking about reality.
You brought up intersex.
Okay.
What sex organs? Which one is more dominant?
What do you mean?
In an XXY situation.
Can you explain your point of view?
Yeah, I
on
mean,
that?
obviously you have more female characteristics than male characteristics in an XXY, or it might be YY. It's one of the two. The point is that you do not have both.
We could see people with female reproductive organs that have XY, and we can see the vice versa, people with male reproductive organs that have XX.
So I think you said something about gender, though. I think that's more interesting to get into.
Okay,
Do you understand how the conversation?
So we're moving off of sex because you're ceding that argument.
No, I'm not ceding it.
Okay.
You want to keep going into it?
We can. If you'd like.
Okay, so besides male and female, what categories exist?
We have people that are intersex. We have people that are on the other ends of the bimodal distribution
Like-
graph. Are you aware what bimodal means versus binary?
Somewhat of an understanding.
Okay, well, so you can be presented with a graph after this by the people that you brought with you. But it's actually a bimodal distribution.
Just like constantly going to condescending type talk is not going to be fruitful.
I'm just trying to match your energy with the people that you treated that were trying to have a
Got
conversation.
it. So trans women are not women. Do you agree?
I hate to say that trans women are women because people that exist under the category of women, people that exist under the category of men are still human.
So that category, how is that defined?
Well, I wouldn't limit it to things like genitals and things like chromosomes, which seems like you want to do. What type of genitals would you say I have? Since
I don't know. I'm not obsessed with genitals, but I could do a blood sampling right now and I could see exactly.
行舟，自一马当先。水不尽，医者当不得有矣。发不来。 了。